higher
द्वार
purpose.
खोल
So we set
सब
out to
मोटर मशीन बंद
innovate
कर
and serve you better
चेक
by being a different
जिसकी
kind
कौन
of
द्वार वो
bank.
खोल
Learning
खुलेगा
to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
hello, 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 hello,
आउटपुटला आवाज येत नाही.
hello, 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 hello. कोण आहे? तिथनं केली काय? फुल केली? हॅलो 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 हॅलो.
लावला पण आउटपुट येत नाही बाहेर. मशीन चालू आहे पण माईक मधून आवाज येत नाही. हा हा मशीन चालू आहे. नाही इंडिकेटर दाखवते.
हॅलो 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 हॅलो.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Hello hello hello.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend,
Hello hello.
more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Hello. Check.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup. More
Olha, check, 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 check. I check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. अब आता इंडिकेटर पण येत नाही तो. Check, 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 check. खोल. Check, 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 check.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Mic check, 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 checking mic. 1, 2. Very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Wish you a very good morning. This is the Chembur Gymkhana Premier League. We're coming to you live from the Chembur Gymkhana out here in Chembur. We have a couple of matches lined up for you today. The first match taking place between the CG Tigers and the Malabar Hill Club. Malabar Hill Club, they won the toss, elected to field first. They've lost a wicket, have the CG Tigers. Ganesh Rai and Chetan Shetty, the two batsmen in the middle at the moment. Drives, finds extra cover. Bit of a fumble will give him a single here. Right, 2 overs have been bowled. 6 for 1 are the CG Tigers. Looking to cut. some room given, but just could not put bat to ball. Bit of extra bounce beat in there. Rishabh Shah picked up a wicket in his very first over. Gave the Malabar Hill Club a breakthrough. In the air, but in the gap, it goes for 4. Ganesh Rai flashing outside the line of the off stump. Let's take a look at this once again. One might have to say that was a very good shot. Played it up and over. Down the leg side, will be signalled as a wide. The best part about the previous boundary was that he went hard at the ball, swung with all might. That's exactly why the ball went aerial. Worked away on the onside, will pick up a single. Rishabh Shah has been straight after conceding that boundary. He's preferred to bowl wicket to wicket, which is the way forward in T20 cricket more often than not. Drives down towards long off, will be a single. Ganesh Rai would be feeling a lot more better after having scored a boundary, the first boundary that came from his bat. Right up there, drives to cover, no run to be had. 3 overs have been bowled, 14 for 1 are the CG Tigers. World Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotic at Chandivli is an OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivli. Good looking shot, beats the fieldsman, will go for 4 here. Very good shot from Ganesh Rai, second boundary. He's looking good out there in the middle. Let's take a look at the shot once again. Was pitched up. The best part was that he did not try to hit it hard. He relied on timing. The placement was sublime as well. Gets a single to mid-wicket. Boundary followed by a single. Most coaches will tell you that's the best way forward. Get onto the non-strikers and gather your thoughts back. Chetan Shetty will pick up a quick single here. Very good running from Ganesh Rai. He was running to the danger end, took a good start, and hence was able to make it easily in the end. Even a direct hit would have meant he was in the crease. Ganesh Rai has gotten off to a bit of a start here, 13 of 9. Jai Shah bowling his second over. Well bowled. Equally well played. Seldom see that in T20 cricket, a proper forward defensive shot. Get a run on the overthrow. Going down the leg side was the call. 4 overs have been bowled. 21 for 1 are the CG Tigers.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're off.
Will be given a wide by the umpire outside the line of the off stump. Ganesh Rai has gotten off to a decent start, 14 of 11. I'm sure he would want to continue from here and try and get a decent score himself, which will help his team eventually. Drives, good looking shot for a single. Oh, they're going to get another run on the overthrow. Can't fault him, it was a direct hit. Still will get some high fives for the direct hit and good piece of fielding as well at long off. I'm sure Malabar Hill Club won't mind that run. Attacked the ball really well. All eyes on Ganesh Rai. Very well bowled by Rishabh. In the good length region, on the off stump. Just what most bowlers target, irrespective of the format. Superbly bowled, leaving Ganesh this time round after pitching. Here we go on the replay. Peach of a delivery. Perilously close to the outside edge. Was lucky that he did not nick it. Steps out, goes over the top, goes all the way for 6. Oh, it's a boundary, is it? Going down the leg side. We'll get a leg by here. Will the CG Tigers. Conceded a boundary. Did the bowler Rishabh Shah. But all in all, he's bowled well so far. finishes off with a dot. 5 overs have been bowled. 29 for 1 are the CG Tigers. Shah will continue. Bowling to Ganesh Rai. Wide signal by the umpire. He reckons that was besides the tram line. There is mid-wicket. Ganesh wanted the single. Chetan sent him back at the right time. This is the last over of the power play. Cut away. Mihir has certainly stopped some runs for his side. Top effort diving to his right. Ganesh did really well to keep that ball down. Very well bowled. Bending his back, reaping the rewards of the same. Left Ganesh. After pitching, that is. Drives. Direct hit. And that would have been very close. But all's well that ends well for both Chetan and Ganesh. Drives, finds extra cover. It was a good looking shot by Chetan. Just could not get the gap. Gets a single off the last ball. Power play done and dusted with. 32 for 1 are the CG Tigers. Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivli is an OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivli. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivli has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments from 2.19 CR onwards. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and infra projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivli, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on their residential project Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve, Sector 9. Mic check. The line of the off stump left alone. Wide will be the signal by the umpire. Bharav Seth into the attack for the first time. Will pick up a single down to long off. Bit of a partnership being built between these two after having lost the first wicket. Ganesh Rai being the dominant partner of the two. Now that the field restrictions have been lifted, there will be a lot more gaps in the field for even Chetan to try and rotate the strike. Right, Ganesh Rai facing up. Driven away. Gets a boundary. Very good shot from Rai. Looks in very good form at the moment, Ganesh Rai. He's managed to find the boundaries time and again. Doing it beautifully this time round. Let's take a look at this once again. Worked away on the onside. Some more runs for Ganesh. Gets another boundary under his belt. Going at a tracer bullet at the moment is Ganesh Rai. Has quickly moved on to 29 here. Now the wide. Bharav Seth has bowled a couple of balls well outside the line of the off stump, which have been called wides. Does not agree with the umpire, but the line belongs to the umpire, the tram line that is. CG Tigers have gotten off to a decent start. Right up there in the block hole. Picks up a single, does Ganesh. The role for Chetan is to try and stay out there. I'm sure he'll catch up with the strike rate. He spent some time at the crease now, as Chetan Shetty. Seven overs have been bowled. 44 for 1 are the CG Tigers.
Often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Would love to thank our title sponsors, DBS Bank. They've made this tournament a possibility. Good running from the duo. In between, Mr. Sudarshan Charu, Executive Director, DBS Bank. Mr. Sushant Shetty. Junior Vice President, DBS Bank. And Ms. Shweta Singh, Retail Banking. Thank you so much for your support. He should have taken out the bails there. He missed it, did the wicketkeeper. For once he did lose his footing, did Ganesh Rai. On the replay we'll clearly see that the back foot did move, was in the air for a while.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind.
dot to complete the 8th. 46 for 1 are the CG Tigers.
Bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DB...
Right, Kushal Modi into the attack. Streaky outside edge there. Chetan Shetty will pick up a boundary, his first. Much needed for him. 50 comes up for the CG Tigers along with that boundary. Worked away on the onside. Fine leg is inside the 30-yard circle. So this will go for 4. Good shot this time round from Chetan Shetty. Consecutive boundaries for him. First through third man, now through fine leg. Beautifully clipped. Well bowled, equally well played for a single. Strikes back with Ganesh Rai. Ganesh is batting on 32. He's well set now, he's seeing the ball really well. Flashes put down by the fieldsman at cover. Chance goes a-begging. Ganesh Rai lives to fight another day. No ball, along with that a boundary, which means that Chetan Shetty will get a free hit here, has the license to go big. I'm sure he's feeling a lot more better about himself now after having gotten these few boundaries. Free hit coming up. Gets a boundary. Good shot, very good shot from Chetan Shetty. Was played on the up. Lovely hands through the ball. Flashed it away. Well done, Chetan. Very well done. He's moved on to 19 now. Pulled away. Will get a boundary here. Good shot from Chetan. He's rode the bounce beautifully this time round. Kept it down at the same time. Fine leg was inside the 30-yard circle. So once he found the gap, the ball was headed in only one direction, and that was to the boundary. Came inside the line of the ball beautifully and played that one. Very good over for the CG Tigers. 69 for 1 after 9 are the CG Tigers. Kushal Modi will continue. Manan Shah picks up a wicket. The big wicket of Ganesh Rai. Ganesh goes for 33. He's done really well. Just could not clear the man standing at long on this time round. Good fine catch by the fieldsman at long on. Not only saved some runs for his side, but also gave them the big wicket of Ganesh Rai. Right, Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivli is a OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivli. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivli has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments from 2.19 CR onwards. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivli, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on the residential project. Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve Sector 9. Worked away on the onside, will get a single straight away, gets off the mark Tejinder. Strikes back with Chetan. Chetan's batting on a runner ball, 23. Asking the question. Denied by the umpire. Was beautifully bowled by Manan. Superbly done. Top stuff for Manan so far. He's getting the ball to turn and grip at the same time. 10 overs have been bowled. Exactly 70 for 2 are the CG Tigers. Mic check. Well bowled, very well bowled, Sahil. Kothari is getting the ball to turn here, just like Manan was. Ominous signs for the batsman. It's gone through the onside. Picks up a boundary between deep mid wicket and long on. Very well done by Tejinder. Spinners are definitely making life difficult for the batsman in the middle. He's gone big on the onside. Picks up another boundary. Good shot, very good shot by Tejinder. 11 overs have been bowled, 78 for 2 are the CG Tigers.
DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner and less like a bank.
Gets a single down to long off. Lot more gaps to be had in the field. Manan's bowled really well so far. He's in his third over. Has given away only 5 runs and has also picked up a wicket. Some turn and some bounce to go along with that. It's not going to be easy for the batsman if spinners are going to be bowling on this wicket. I think that could be the order of the day going forward. Finds cover. Given out. Will have to depart here with Tejinder. Mix up in the running. Chetan wanted the single all the way long. Tejinder wasn't sure, but eventually ran after seeing Chetan. You can say he might have sacrificed his wicket here. Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivli's OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivli. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivli has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivli, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on the residential project. Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve, Sector 9. Goes for 4. Good shot. Gets off the mark in style. Let's take a look at this once again. Pitched up, not an easy shot to play on this pitch. The slog sweep. But the execution was fabulous. Toss put away in style. Good hit. Runs are coming now for the CG Tigers. Extra bounce defeating the batsman on that occasion. cleared away on the onside for a single down to deep mid wicket. Five runs will be added to the total here. Extra turn for Sahil Kothari. This time round started off really straight. When you're getting that sort of turn, you want to be starting outside the line of the off stump. Too much turn, too much bounce. Gone all the way for 6. Very good hit from Prashant Nair. Much needed for the CG Tigers. Against the turn, never easy to do to an off spinner. Got it well over long off. Good clean strike. 100 comes up for the CG Tigers along with that hit. Sweeps. Will get a boundary here. Prashant Nair on fire at the moment. He's batting really well. 13 overs have been bowled. 104 for 3 are the CG Tigers. Worked away down to long on. Will pick up a single here. Will Chetan Shetty. CG Tigers are playing the third match. They've won both their matches previously. They'll be brimming with confidence. Malabar Hill on the other hand, they've lost their first match. This is their second match in the competition. We have a couple of groups, Group A and Group B. 2 points on a victory. Top 2 teams of each group will play the semi-finals. Goes over the top. Reverse sweep being employed by Prashant Nair. Very good shot from Prashant. Let's take a look at this once again. Playing it with the turn. The previous. Put it down. Fantastic opportunity to get a wicket. Prashant was going really well here. This might come back to haunt the Malabar Hill. Wanting to sweep, never easy against the turn. Puts down a sitter. Well bowled, Manan, very well bowled. Tossed it up, invited the big shot. Prashant fell for the bait, but it turned and bounced way too much for the bat to get anywhere close to the ball. Right, in the semi-finals, it will be A1 taking on B2 and then B1 taking on A2.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
In 14 overs have been bowled. Nelson's on the board for 3 wickets. Pulled away. He'll get a boundary, will Chetan. Boundary of the first ball of the over puts a lot of pressure on the bowler, because suddenly you're looking at 8 9s and over. Even more than that, you never know. Pulled again. Another boundary. Consecutive boundaries here for Chetan Shetty. He's catching up with his strike rate. Batting on 39. Slog swept. Third boundary of the over. He's hit a hat-trick of boundaries as Chetan Shetty shifting gears is Chetan Shetty at the moment. He's seeing the ball really well. That's one of the advantages. Has got the pace of the wicket. That's what's enabling him to play his shots. Finds point. Slog swept. He's connected really well on this one. It's gone all the way for 6. This is proving to be a very expensive over from Neeraj. Let's take a look at this once again on the replay. Came inside the line of the ball, sussed up the line quickly and deposited it over deep mid-wicket for 6. Not an easy shot to play against the turning ball, but he's making batting look easy at the moment is Chetan Shetty. Batting on 49. A ball to come now in the 15th. Gets to his half century. Chetan Shetty, 50 coming in just 42 balls. It's been a fine knock from Chetan. Came out to open the batting and is still out there fighting it out. 15 overs have been bowled. 130 for 3 are the CG Tigers.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe
Chetan Shetty cutting loose now. Quality batting from Chetan. Walked towards the bowler and tonked it over his head. Superb hit. Chetan Shetty on fire now. One point in time he was struggling with the runs. He was 4 of 15 balls. And check it out now, 56. He's gone big on the onside now. We'll get a boundary, so boundary followed, a 6 rather followed by boundary. He's doing really well out there as Chetan Shetty. Played over on the onside now. And we'll get a boundary. Quality stuff from Chetan Shetty. He's really getting the measure of the bowling at the moment. Bharav Sheth has proved to be really expensive so far. Into the offside. Prashant has gone big here. And it's gone all the way for 6. Wow, this is some batting from the duo. Good healthy partnership being built between these two. Prashant Nair batting on 25. It's come in quick time, only 8 balls. Bhairav's going the distance here. .150 comes up for the CG Tigers along with that maximum. 151 for 3. Couldn't have asked for anything better. We're only in the 16th over, ball to go in it. Crashed away. Another 6 for Prashant Nair. He's going hammer and tons at the moment. Both these batsmen are enjoying themselves at the moment in the middle. 16 overs have been bowled. 157 for 3 are the CG Tigers. Sahil Kothari continues, goes over the top for 6 here. That's Chetan Shetty. Wonderful hitting by these two gentlemen in the middle. They're making batting look very easy. At one point in time when the ball was turning and bouncing, it almost felt like the spinners will come into the game and take full control of it. But this partnership has other ideas. They've really gone after the bowling and they're reaping the rewards at the moment. Umpire reckons going down the leg side. For once I felt might have been struck outside the line of the off stump. Either ways, he's still out there. Wanted to play that through the offside. Balls ends up at long on. But the projected score at this run rate is 199. Make that 200, which is a very good run rate for the men in blue. He struck the shot previously as well, got 4 earlier. This time could not find the gap. Went straight to backward point. But he has the confidence to do that, which is good to see. Goes over the top. How far has he hit this one? Far enough for 6. Great batting so far from Prashant Nair. Let's take a look at this shot once again. Came inside the line of the ball. Was a short delivery and it deserved the treatment it got. cut away for 4. Goes aerial. Goes the journey. Top batting from Prashant. He's entered the 40s now. 41 of only 12 balls. That's how well he is played as Prashant Nair. 17 overs have been bowled. 174 for 4 are the CG Tigers.
Banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Goes over the top. Will get a boundary here. Will Chetan Shetty. He moves into the 70s now. 76 of only 50 balls for Chetan. That was some shot. Pulls. It's gone for 4. Mind-boggling stuff from these two so far. Chetan batting on 80 now. It's coming only 51 balls. He'll need a change of gloves here. He's been out there for a long time. Has a great opportunity to get to 100. I'm sure that'll not perter the way he is playing. He will still go after the bowling irrespective of what happens. But it's been a phenomenal partnership between these two. There is long on, so will only be a single. Partnership of 103 coming off just 34 balls. Wow. 34 balls, 103. Just goes to show you how well these two have played in the middle, both Prashant Nair and Chetan Shetty. Bit of an outside edge, wanted to play that more towards long off. Gets a single, does Prashant Nair. $184 on the board. 14 balls left in the innings. Right up there in the block hole. Much better delivery from Kushal Modi. A rare dot delivery. after a very long time. 18 overs have been bowled. 185 for 3 are the CG Tigers.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
We especially would love to thank DBS Bank for being our title sponsors. Put down, and now the chance goes a begging. Chetan Shetty riding his luck as well at the same time, along with some splendid shots in the middle. The rate at which he's going, 100 is on the cards here. Goes down the ground, finds long on. Good innings comes to an end. Very well played, Chetan Shetty. You've done your team proud. It's been a fabulous knock whilst he's been out there. 86 coming off only 54 balls. It's been a splendid knock. Wonderful partnership along with Prashant Nair. And with that, the CG Tigers have lost their opener. Right from DBS Bank, I would like to thank Mr. Sudarshan Charu, Executive Director, DBS Bank, Mr. Sushant Shetty, Junior Vice President, DBS Bank, and Miss Shweta Singh, Retail Banking. Yash opens his account with a maximum. Half a dozen runs added to the total for the CG Tigers. That was a terrific hit from Yash. Presenting the full face of the bat, shows the maker's name. Hits it comfortably over long off. Straight over the bowler, Rishabh Shah under the pump. Does not want to bowl straight anymore to Yash after what happened on the previous delivery. Rishabh has picked up a couple of wickets. He's bowling the penultimate over of the innings. Wide signal, opting to come around the wicket now. 197. Still 9 deliveries to go in the innings. 210, 215 on the cards here. There is deep mid wicket. Picks up a single. Does Yash Nerurkar. Right, Prashant Nair has a good opportunity to get to a half century here. Batting on 42. It's come in only 14 balls. Could very well be one of the fastest half centuries in the tournament. That is if he gets to it. Goes big. Big enough to clear the fieldsman. Gets a boundary. 200 comes up for the CG Tigers along with that shot. 202 for 4 with the ball to come in the 19th. It's gone over the top. How far has he hit this one? Far enough for 6. Brings up his half century in style, does Prashant Nayaria. Very well played by Prashant. 52 coming in, only 16 balls. Let's take a look at the shot once again. Wow, was outside the line of the off stump. He's fetched it from there and parked it over long on for 6. 208 for 4. With an over to come are the CG Tigers. Slammed away. Will get a boundary. Will Yash Nerurkar. They're going at the rate of knots at the moment of the CG Tigers. 213 on the board. That was some hit. Yash Nerurkar. He's come outside from the dressing room itself. Good hitting from Yash, very good hitting. That's exactly what you need in the last over. And Yash Nerurkar is providing some fireworks out here at the Chamber Gymkhana. Quality ball striking, magnificent hitting. It's been an exhibition of boundaries and sixes. Post the 10th over. The first 10 overs, they were only 70 were the CG Tigers. What a transformation. 218 now. It's 148 runs. He's gone over the top here. He's connected really well on this one as well. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal on this one. It's gone for 6. Mind-boggling stuff so far from the duo. Yash Nerurkar this time round. Parking that short ball. Fetched it from well wide outside the line of the off stump. That's what made the shot very special. Pounced it over deep mid-wicket. Put it down. It's gone for 4 as well to go along with that. They've not done themselves any favors, have Malabar Hill Club, with the way they have caught today. Few catches have gone down. Batsman benefited in the bargain. Should have taken it. But that's what pressure can do to you. Couple of balls to go in the over. Once again connects well. Goes for 4. Good batting from Yash Nerurkar. He's moved into the 30s. 31 of just 7 balls. Right, last ball of the innings, 232 on the board. Goes down the ground, goes for 4, finishes off in style, does Yash Nerurkar. 236 for 4 do the CG Tigers end up with? Kushal Modi, very expensive, 58 coming of his 3 overs. This is what happened. The Malabar Hill Club, they won the toss, elected to field first. Chetan top scoring with 86. It came in only 55 balls. Prashant Nair got a half century, 52 in only 16. Rishabh Shah picked up a couple of wickets in his quota of 4 overs, gave away 41 runs. The rest of the bowlers took a hammering as well to go along with that. All in all, the target for Malabar Hill Club, 237 in their allotted 20 overs. Live action coming your way in 10 minutes from now. Do stay tuned in.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend. business partner and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
There is a man sweeping in the deep on the offside. Chase has gotten underway. 6 for no loss. Sahil Kothari and Karan Zaveri, the two openers, both have gotten off the mark. Couple of balls to go in the over. They're chasing a mammoth target, which is 237. It's not going to be easy, but small boundaries, you never know. But they're going to have to start off well here. The start is going to be crucial. It could very well decide the fate of the match. Couple of good overs for the CG Tigers, and things will get even more difficult for Malabar Hill. Sahil Kothari facing up. Cut away to the man in the deep. Common sense prevails eventually. When you're not sure, it's better not to run. First over has been bowled. 7 for no loss on Malabar Hill Club.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Yash Nerurkar sharing the new ball with Keshav Nagpal. The power play will be key to Malabar Hill. The men in yellow know that they need to take advantage of the power play, so that will be playing on their minds. Well bowled, Yash. Oh, it's been given as a wide. Was besides the tram line according to the umpire. Sahil Kothari facing up. Sahil's batting on a run ball 6. Getting some movement in the air, ball pitching and leaving the right hander as well. Encouraging signs for the bowlers, particularly up front. If you're getting some movement, you can cause some trouble to your opponents. The required run rate is over 12, which means every time they don't get 12 or lesser than that, the required run rate will keep increasing. It's not going to be easy. They need a few solid partnerships and quick ones of that. Do Malabar Hill. Cut away, finds point. Given him, got a bit of a snake to the wicket keeper. Did Sahil Kothari this time round. Went for the cut again, the extra bounce defeating the batsman. The first wicket goes down for Malabar Hill, and Yash Nerurkar has struck in his very first over. Let's take a look at this once again on the replay. Extra bounce doing him in. Right, Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivali is a OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivali. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivali has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivali, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpur Reality Chamber office for details on their residential project Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulvis Sector 9. Almost a repeat of what just happened. Luckily for Ankur, that did not kiss the bat. It's gone over the top. Good shot. Going with the swing. Was a top hit. Goes for 4. Much needed for Malabar Hill Club. 2 overs have been bowled. 13 for 1 are Malabar Hill. Will be called as a wide. Keshav Nagpal continuing. Keshav bowled a decent over. The first over of this innings, that is. Inside edge, much better delivery. Moral victory for the bowler. But the batsman will take 4 runs here. For Malabar Hill, it does not matter how they come as long as they keep coming. On the other hand, that ball was perilously close to the leg stump. Luckily for Karan Zaveri, that did not go onto the leg peg. Drives. Goes for 4. Ball definitely turned after pitching on the turf. Sandeep Darweshi with a valiant effort. Out in the deep. Can clearly see the way the ball turned way too much for his liking. 4 runs nevertheless to Malabar Hill and Karan Zaveri. Glided away. Finds backward point. Two fieldsmen on the offside. One at third man, the other at deep point. No ball signal by the umpire, which means that this will be a free hit. Karan Zaveri has the license to go big here. It's gone through the onside. He'll pick up a boundary, will Karan Zaveri. Good shot from Karan. Came inside the line of the ball to try and access the onside. Managed to put back to ball beautifully in the end. Let's take a look at this shot once again. Superbly done. Had to reach out for it. He dragged it from well outside the line of the off stump onto the onside. Right, a ball to come now in the third. Walk towards the bowler. Keshav pulling his length back a little bit in order to try and beat the bat, did that. 3 overs have been bowled, 27 for 1, Malabar Hill Club. Pulled away, no timing whatsoever. Midon does really well, and with that Ankur Zaveri will have to depart. Yash Nerurkar picks up a wicket. Malabar Hill in some trouble now at 27 for 2. Wanting to pull it, hurried on to him, quicker than he expected. Right, 3 overs have been bowled, 27 for 2, Malabar Hill Club. Kept it tight in this over has Yash Nerurkar. Karan Doshi walking in at number 4. Top stuff from Yash. He's bowling in and around the off stump in the good length region or just behind it. but he's bowled a disciplined line and length. He's picked up both the wickets that have fallen down. He's only in his second over. Very disciplined in his line and length, Yash Nerurkar, giving nothing away to the batsman. .210 more needed in 99 balls. Goes over the top. Sandeep Darveshi standing at deep point. He stood no chance. Gets a boundary under his belt as Karan Doshi. Let's take a look at this ball once again. Was a tad wide. Wider than the other balls that he had bowled. Gave some room. And Karan pounced all over it. Will be called a wide. Required run rate is still over 12. 12.74 to be precise. Karan Zaveri facing up now. Not to complete the fourth. 33 for 2. Malabar Hill.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Karan Doshi puts this ball out of the ground. Let's take a look at this shot once again. Was always wanting to go aerial. Found the maximum. Good hit from Karan Doshi. Much needed for Malabar Hill. They need plentiful boundaries and sixes to even try and get close to the total put up by the CG Tigers. Right up there.
Back.
Keshav Nagpal in his third. Goes down the ground. Midoff takes a splendid catch. Running to his left. Wasn't an easy catch. He's made it look simple here. And with that, Malabar Hill lose their third. Karan Doshi departs for 10. And the men in yellow are in a spot of bother at the moment. at 39 for 3. Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivli is an OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivli. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivli has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivli, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on their residential project Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve Sector 9. Kushal Modi, left-hander, batting at number 5. Down the leg side, goes for 4 as well. 5 runs will be added to the total for Malabar Hill Club. They will not complain, they would accept it gleefully. Right, a couple of balls to go in the over. Now he's opting to come over the wicket. Finds mid-wicket. The only thing that will concern Malabar Hill at the moment is the number of wickets they've lost. The required run rate is 12.7. Will be called a wide. Another ball down the leg side. Keshav Nagpal has struggled with his line at times. taken at backward point. Fine catch. Kushal Modi walks back for a golden duck. Malabar Hill end up losing their fourth now. Was pitched up just outside the line of the off stump, wanted to go more towards cover, got more of the outer half of the bat. Fine catch by the fieldsman at backward point. And with that, 5 overs comes to a closure. 45 for 4, Malabar Hill Club. Yash Nirurkar continuing. Really, they bowled very well as the CG Tigers. Hence, you see the number of wickets on the board. 4 wickets picked up. We're only in the 6th over. Gone through the onside. We'll get a boundary over mid-on. Remember, this is the last over of the batting power play. So I'm sure that's playing on Karan's mind. Let's take a look at the shot once again. Good quality, positive shot from Karan. Wide will be the signal. They need a strong partnership here to Malabar Hill. If they can manage to stay out there, runs will come. It's a small ground. Required run rate for the first time has crossed 13. Malabar Hill at the moment. Steps out, misses the ball completely. Yash has done a decent job in this over so far. He's going at an economy rate of exactly 6 runs per over, a run a ball so far. Right, power play done and dusted with 50 for 4, our Malabar Hill Club.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend.
Direct hit would have seen him packing. He had ample amount of time to aim at the stumps, just missed it completely. Mihir Verma gets off the mark. Playing across the line, asking the question. Denied by the umpire. Let's take a look at this ball once again. Getting the ball to move in the and off the deck, Atit. So close to the stumps, yet so far. Unbelievable stuff. Very well done, Atit. Was a straight drive of some substance, but he put his right hand out and it stuck. These catches either stick or they don't. Here we go again on the replay. Pitched up, drives. Wow, very well done, Atit. Full stretch to his right. pulls off a stunner. And with that, Malabar Hill, the woos continue. 5th wicket down at the score of 52.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Gets off the mark in style, does Manan Shah. We'll have a look at this ball once again. Now this is what happened. Atit to Manan was well outside the line of the off stump, but he found a way to pull it over the bowler's head for 4. Starts off in style, does Manan Shah. 7 overs have been bowled, 56 for 5, our Malabar Hill Club. Gets a single here as Mihir Verma. They're going to need a good solid partnership here to Malabar Hill. They've lost way too many wickets. They can't afford to lose any more wickets, and they have to score at a good pace as well to go along with that. The required run rate has crossed 14. One might say worrying signs for the Malabar Hill Club. Can these two dish it out for them? Yash Nerurkar bowling out. Swing and a miss. Manan has signaled his intentions very clearly. He's going to go after the bowling, irrespective of whatever has to happen. It's true that they need a lot of runs, and someone from one end has to go bang bang, at least for at the moment. Drives, finds cover. Will get a single down to long on. Now it will be Mihir Verma on strike. CG Tigers might have not won the toss, but they've done very well up till now so far. Let it be in the batting, let it be in the bowling department. They've stood out. Verma goes down the ground. Stops some runs for a side for sure. They're determined, the CG Tigers. Don't forget, they've won their first 2 matches that they played. Clearly high in confidence. It's showing in the way they're playing. Goes over the top. Clean hit. Goes all the way for 6. Good shot from Mihir Verma. Much needed for Malabar Hill. That shot came out of nowhere really. Here we go on the replay. Well outside the line of the off stump. He just picked it beautifully. Over long on for 6. Eight overs have been bowled. 64 for 5. Malabar Hill Club.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
He has given it a big heave on the onside. Manan Shah wants to go big here. So far so good for the left-hander. Was pitched up on leg stump and Manan latched onto it in a flash. Screamer down to long off. No single taken. That's how hard he had hit the ball down the ground. That's how quickly the ball travelled to the fieldsman that he felt that he could not even pick up the single there. Gone down the ground, gets for another good shot from Manan Shah. Runs have started to come now for Malabar Hill. This partnership needs to flourish for the men in yellow. Get another boundary here. This is quality stuff from Manan Shah. He's consistently hitting the boundaries. Moved on to 17. It's come in quick time, only 8 balls. Where would you bowl to such a batsman? You're bowling on the stumps, you're disappearing. Down the ground, long off is there. Chooses not to take the single. He's enjoying hogging the strike at the moment. Manan Shah believes in his ability, wants to back himself. Pulls, runs to be had, 4 of them for Manan Shah. Good over for the men in yellow. 16 runs coming of it. 9 overs have been bowled. 80 for 5 of Malabar Hill Club. Prashant Nair is coming to the attack for the first time, gets a boundary, does Mihir Verma here. We'll have a look at it once again. Was short, rocked onto the back foot, just about clearing the man at deep mid wicket. Pulls again, top edge, falls safely. Strikes back with Manan Shah. Now Manan is batting on 21 of just 10 balls. He's enjoying his stint out there as a batsman so far. I'm sure he wants to continue and take the fight to the CG Tigers. .152 needed. Goes big, finds the boundary again. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's a small ground. If you're playing your shots, it becomes very difficult for the fielding team to try and contain you. That's exactly what is happening here with Manan Shah on strike. He's going boom boom. So far so good for Manan. Crashed off the back foot for 4. There was a fieldsman at cover. One-handed attempt, not good enough. But that was cracked off the back foot. He's growing in confidence, is Manan Shah. Going from strength to strength at the moment. Straight away after that delivery, Mihir Verma going up to have a word with Manan. Just needs to settle down here. He's getting the runs. All he needs to do is to stay out there. Runs will come. Very well bowled, Prashant Nair. Halfway through the innings, 93 for 5, Malabar Hill Club. Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivali is a OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivali. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivali has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivali, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on their residential project Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve Sector 9.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're off.
Karthik Manik into the attack for the first time. Goes big, big enough. And long enough for 6. Was in his arc and he's put the ball out of the park. Pitched up just outside the line of the off stump, inviting the big hit, and Mihir Verma did not disappoint. Good hit. Very good batting so far from this duo. Mihir's quickly moved on to 19 now. Any youngsters watching, that is not the best way to stop the ball. You can seriously damage your leg. Goes over the top, will get a boundary, or will Mihir Shah? Mihir Verma, I beg your pardon. Clean hit. Runs are starting to flow now for Malabar Hill. They've crossed 100, 103 on the board. A ball to come now in the 11th. Love to take the opportunity to thank DBS Bank, our title sponsors. What's happened there? I think he's missed a straight one. Fortunately for Mihir, that did not go onto the stumps. Mr. Sudarshan Charu, Executive Director, DBS Bank. Thank you so much. Mr. Sushant Shetty, Junior Vice President, DBS Bank. And Ms. Shweta Singh, Director, Retail Banking. Thank you so much for your support. Good hit from Anand Shah. Let's take a look at this once again. Fetches himself a boundary. Even though that they're going at a decent clip, the required run rate is over 50. Goes through the offside, goes for 4. Manan Shah carrying on the good work that he has been doing so far. It's been an exhibition of boundary hitting so far from Manan Shah. He's quickly moved on to 37. It's come off only 17 balls. Nelson's on the board now. Cutaway chooses not to take the single. Prashant Nair did very well with the bat, now has ball in hand. Goes big enough for 4. Good quality batting from Manan Shah. Carrying on the good work. He's keeping them in the hunt. They still can believe that they can get there. Pick up for Moya. Terrific ball striking from Anand Shah. That's exactly what the doctor has ordered for Malabar Hill Club. They need to keep clubbing boundaries and sixes at regular intervals. They need a huge over here, an over of 20, 25, 30 runs to try and bring that required rate down. But it's come down from 15, it's come to 14.7. 12 overs have been bowled, 119 for 5, Malabar Hill Club.
Asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
Goes over the top, goes all the way. Another boundary to Mihir Verma. Runs are coming thick and fast at the moment for Malabar Hill Club. This partnership has just got stuck into the bowling of the CG Tigers. Sandeep Darweshi greeted into the attack with a boundary. Right up there in the block hole, that's where you need to be when the batsmen are coming after you. Off the back foot into the offside for a single. Partnership of 72. It's come in quick time, only 35 balls. But they're doing a phenomenal job for their sides at the moment. Welcome Mr. Vicky Anand, Cricket Section Committee Member. "13 overs have been bowled, 124 for 5, Malabar Hill Club.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank.
Mihir Verma, 28 of 17, has gotten off to a start. Kawa will take a simple catch. Mihir Verma was itching to go big. Completely missed times one. And with that, Malabar Hill Club lose their sixth. Atit strikes. And Malabar Hill Club are 124 for 6 now. This is what happened. Wanting to go over cover, just could not get the timing right. Right, Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivali is a OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Nagpal Realty has delivered premium residential projects in Chembur, Ulve and Chandivali. Sahil Exotica by Nagpal Realty at Chandivali has spacious 2 and 3 BHK apartments. Forthcoming gated community projects of Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects are coming at prime locations at Chandivali, Chembur and New Panvel. Contact Nagpal Realty Chembur office for details on their residential project Kritika Silver Oaks at Ulve Sector 9. Outer half of the bat. Gets a single, does Rishabh Shah. Manan Shah batting on 45. Back of length, pulled away for a single. Right, a ball to go now in the 14th. Rishabh Shah will be facing up. Atit has picked up a couple of wickets. Gets a single. 127 for 7 after 14 are the Malabar Hill Club. Rishabh picks up a single, brings Manan on strike. Manan's one hit away from a half century. Cleaned up. I think he's pretty much got an inside edge there which has gone onto the off stump. Fine innings comes to an end. Well played Manan Shah, but I'm afraid that was not good enough to get the Malabar Hill Club close. He goes for 46. And with that, Malabar Hill Club are 128 for 7. Hundred and 8 needed. Only 33 balls left. Way too many runs. Two new batsmen at the crease. It's not going to help the cause for Malabar Hill Club. Picks up a boundary here, does Rishabh Shah. Required run rate now 20. Slashed away for a single. Fifteen overs have been bowled, 134 for 7, Malabar Hill Club. Makes a simple catch. Well done, Sandeep Darveshi. Holds on to one. And the woos for Malabar Hill Club continue. Struggling to string in a partnership after Maran's dismissal. And with this, Malabar Hill Club lose their 8th at the score of 134.
ये बॉक्स पे स्टिकर चिपकाए हुए हैं। अगर स्टिकर अपन जिनखाने ने बनाया था इसको जैसे चिपकाने के लिए, हाँ, लेकिन जब बॉक्स का बात करता है मैं और विकी, स्टिकर मेरे ऊपर चिपका देंगे। दे दो।
Karthik Manik is doing well here. He's keeping it tight. Both batsmen relatively new to the crease. Jai Shah yet to get off the mark. Now Neeraj Randeri on strike. Left-hander. Karthik is choosing to come around the wicket. Goes over the top, goes for 4. Good start here for Neeraj Randeri. They might struggle to get the score from here, but they can still fight and try and compete. The required run rate has crossed 24. Atit to bowl out. Good delivery there by Atit. Just outside the line of the off stump, leaving the right-hander. Steps out, plays that down the ground, will pick up a single. Now strikes with Neeraj Randeri. Required run rate is climbing at the rate of knots at the moment. It's post 27. 140 comes up for Malabar Hill. We're in the 17th over. Two new batsmen are not helping their cause. They've lost way too many wickets for their liking. Very well bowled. On the money. Just outside the line of the off stump. Beating the right-hander completely. Goes down the ground. Gets a boundary. Good hit from Jai Shah. Much needed for the Malabar Hill Club. 17 overs have been bowled. 145 for 8 are the men in yellow.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how
Well bowled Karthik Manning, beating him in the air, beating him off the deck. Manik picks up a wicket and Malabar Hill lose their 9th. Should have tried going over long off rather than trying mid wicket. Some turn though for Karthik Manik. Nagpal Realty of Bombay Constructions and Infra Projects Private Limited is known for its quality construction and well-designed residential projects. Sahil Exotica at Chandivli is a OC received premium residential project by Nagpal Realty. Karthik Manik has bowled really well so far. He's not only been economical, but has also picked up a couple of wickets, going at an economy rate of exactly 6 runs per over, run a ball. 91 needed. Way too many runs to get. We'll pick up a boundary though. Will Jai Shah. Right, 18 overs have been bowled. Malabar Hill Club exactly 150 for 9.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more.
Will get a boundary. Tejinder Singh, the bowler, pitching this one up, and Bhairav Seth taking full advantage of the same. Square leg will take the catch, and with that Malabar Hill Club have been bowled out for only 156. CG Tigers win the match comprehensively by 80 runs. Convincing victory, their third win in a row. Sitting pretty on 6 points in Group B. All in all, a good game of cricket. But one must have to say that CG Tigers were the better team on the given day. 80 runs in T20 cricket is a big margin, huge margin, humongous margin.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank.
gentlemen, this match is between the CG Tigers and Malabar Hill. It was the CG Tigers. They came out victorious, winning by a big margin of 80 runs. I have the captain, Mr. Aryan Kapoor, with us. Aryan, of cricket.
Yeah, definitely. Our team played excellent in the last half of the game. We started off pretty slow. Our mid order gave us a good flow in the batting and got us to a good total. And that's how we won the game.
Your openers played well. Number 3 performed, number 4 performed. It was a complete batting performance.
Yeah, that's good. Like, all our batters played excellent. We had a start because the wicket was pretty tough to bat on. But then, towards the later half of the stage, our team covered up pretty well.
At one, when the ball was square, was bouncing as well, who would have dreamt of 228 or 236 rather.
We had around 150, 70 in our head. We thought that was a good score on this wicket. But yeah, special shout out to Prashant for giving us an excellent score on board.
Your bowling as well did really well. You ended up picking up all the 10 wickets. You couldn't have asked for anything better than this.
We've done the past game as well, and I was sure we could out. But yeah, our bowlers and did an excellent job on the field.
3 and 3, you would be very happy with that.
Definitely, we're very happy with that.
All the best for the next games.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Aryan. Well, that was the captain, Mr. Aryan Kapoor, and that's it from the presentation ceremony. I'll see you in the second match that will commence in some time from now. Do stay tuned in. Thank you.
We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup.
Chetan, you're the orange cap holder. Can I have you please
More like
out
a
here?
business partner, and less like a bank. We're often asked how DBS became the world's best bank. It's simple. We believe banking has a higher purpose, so we set out to innovate and serve you better by being a different kind of bank. Learning to think and act more like a startup, more like a friend, more like a business partner, and less like a bank.
We're not done completely with the first game. I have a dignitary with him, DJ. Tushar DJ is the member of Chamber Gymkhana, also the ex-captain of Chamber Gymkhana and the ex-cricket section secretary. Sir, we welcome
May I add to what you have just said, I was also the General Secretary 3 times, of the Chamber Gymkhana. Not only this cricket section, but, also the General Secretary of Gymkhana. So I have been involved with almost all the sections. And of course, cricket being, my first love, I was always very much keen as a, cricketer.
Sir, how do you rate this tournament?
I have, played on this ground. I have played on this ground than 50, and what I see today is a, ground, a pitch, a fantastic pavilion. Mr. Ganesh Rao just, showed me, the pavilion, which was very, very, well equipped, with, the bathrooms and, everything, for the teams. I'm very happy to see the progress the Chamber Gymkhana cricket section as such, and the cricket ground and the cricket, facilities provided here are fantastic. I wish, we could always, be having such facilities, but, seeing it now and, having seen all these facilities, I wish, all, the youngsters a very, very good future. I see that, this Chamber Gymkhana will come up, with good cricketers.
What is your message to all the teams that are competing in this competition?
Well, the first message is don't break glasses all around the ground because we have been punished and penalized for that earlier when we didn't have so much of a good facility. But jokes apart, the message is that the facilities provided by the Chamber Gymkhana now are absolutely fantastic. We have the infrastructure now. What we need are good coaches and good talent scouts who can see youngsters and tap them and give them all the facilities and encouragement they need.
Sir, have you been watching the matches?
Unfortunately, no. I have not been watching, the matches. But, I don't know how many, Sundays, this tournament will go on. Seeing what I see today, I will make it a point to, attend at least 1 or 2 matches, maybe even finals and the semi-finals.
So that was Mr. Tushar Dege. Thank you so much, sir, for having joined us.
Thank you.